Yes, Cecily, can you hear me?
Yes, good morning, Mario.
Yes, thank you. All right, Ephraim, thank you. Jerome, you gonna share the program? No, you share it no more. Cool. We all good guys.
The colleagues Hartog and Komanisi, can you please accept being promoted to panelists? Are you here, colleagues? Hartog and Komanisi, are you here?
Colleagues, can I test the sound of the national anthem?
You can play, colleague.
All right, thank you, Mario.
It's loud and clear, Sam. Loud and clear. Yes, it's loud and clear, Sam.
Awesome, thank you.
Hi, Virgil.
Good morning.
Please accept being promoted to panelist. Hartog and Komanis, are they back? Hartog and Komanisi, are you back, colleagues?
Yeah, that I've looked at the program for around like
Hartog and Komanisi, are you here, colleagues?
Yes, I'm here. I can hear you loud and clear.
Okay, please accept being promoted to panelist. And Hartog?
also next Friday. I think how very important. Back to the
Mr. Dube, I think Evelina and Letzi are also on the platform. You can also promote them to panelist and interpretation.
Okay. Evelina and?
Letzi for Sesotho. Evelina, I think she is which language, but Shazet is not clearly stated closer to her name.
student campus between me and the or me and my work
Mhm.
yeah, I think I'm better like it. But you know the other thing is
Evelina is for Chivenda.
maybe student sector. You say every day for the psychology.
The colleagues are not accepting being promoted to panelists. I think they are away from their computers.
That's possible.
Just check from your side, Clem, if you can promote to panelists.
As a co-host, I can't. Oh yeah, I can promote. Yeah, I can promote. Sorry, I thought I couldn't, but I can.
Okay. But you can't assign to the booth.
No, I can't assign to the booth. Yes.
Okay.
So this one I received, but as long as
You received from me, ne?
From
Yes,
we've got the same.
Yeah. Okay, then the
And
piece of
then I must
paper.
send you also some presentations of the
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, it's the term. You know, don't like to open my email.
now. What the
Yeah. Now, yeah, 5 to 9.
Let's see declining promotion.
Nduwiti, are you connected from a laptop or from a cell phone?
I'm connecting from a laptop. I'm connected from a laptop. If you can just change, because I was trying to send a message to my supervisor to communicate with the host to be assigned accordingly. Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Chief.
You know, specific.
I've transferred host rights to you, Sam.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Give it time.
Dun-dun-dun.
Thing is done.
Remove the stuff from the front, so it goes backwards.
Go.
Oh,
Passport.
thank
Oh, how good is this? You ask the children. Got everything on the snow emblems. All night over the coat of arms on the snow, bird and everything, so we can explain to you the snow orders also.
please.
Two
Die.
questions met die assistants en dan die toestel vir waarvan ons praat.
Like, it would I leave?
Sí. Sí.
nothing more. Mario? Oh. Who's the CEO representative here?
Olis, Mr. Toti.
You can take one of us. Yeah. Fine. We'll bring more later. Okay, no problem. I think that last week. I think that last week. It's a former story for the member. Not an approval process. Depends a lot on it. It was a
G.
what is she allergic to?
Yeah. She cooks for you, Nana. You must be. Yeah.
Just one little thing. You said I'm supposed to sit next door, but I just
MD Matsala, can you confirm if that's Mukaning?
Good morning. Yes, that's me.
All right, cool. Can we rename you properly?
It's fine. It's okay. Mukaneng, Mookaneng.
All right. I'll do
All right.
so
Thank
now.
you.
Thanks,
Okay.
man.
Thanks.
Let's change this way.
Good morning, everybody. Just like to make an announcement. Has anyone lost their keys? It's a VW key. If you realize that you've lost your key, it is with this gentleman over here.
Can I please ask that the House rises for the singing of the national anthem?
Recording in progress.
Now will be the time for prayer or for meditation. You may be seated. We will now call upon the House chairperson responsible for committees, oversight and public participation, Mr. City Floric, to welcome all and give his opening remarks. Over to you, Honorable Floric. Honorable member, before you may be seated, Honorable Chair. Before Honorable Floric starts, I'd just like the House rules to our members. All our phones must be on silent, please. If you want to speak, you will then have to be shown outside, please, so that we don't disturb the proceedings. We may talk to one another, but not very loud. Siyavana Musni. Thank you. Over to you, Chair.
No, thank you, Chairperson, and good morning to everyone. On behalf of the Speaker of the National Assembly, the Honorable Toko Didiza, I would like to welcome everyone to this very auspicious occasion. It's indeed a beautiful sight to see all these excited young faces in front of us, and I think they deserve a round of applause. They are also our special guests here today. I also want to recognize the Honorable Minister of Social Development, the Honorable Tolashe, the MEC for Social Development in the Eastern Cape, the Honorable Fanta, the Chairperson of the Committee, Social Development, Honorable Masango. Then we also have the Chairperson of the Committee on Forestry, Fisheries and the Environment, who's here with us, as well as the Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Women, Children and People with Disabilities. I want to recognize the Deputy Country Representative of UNICEF, Akhtar, who's here. Thank you very much. Departmental officials, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of Parliament, I can indeed say, honorable members, that we are privileged to host our children and our partners, both local and international, to discuss and interact on how best those in authority can amplify the voices of children in planning and budgeting, which is the theme of today's proceedings. To begin, I firstly wish to recall the inaugural sitting of the first Democratic Parliament on the 9th of May, 1994, when members of Parliament endorsed Nelson Rolihlahla Mandela as the President of a free and democratic South Africa. That day marked the moment when the authority of the state was transferred to ordinary people who had struggled for so long for our freedom. It was also a moment where we could, as South Africans, reflect on our history, but also look to a new future founded on the constitutional principles of dignity, equality, and opportunity. But President Mandela knew that this vision could not be reached at once, or that once realized, it would remain forever so. He knew that the attainment and preservation of a just and prosperous society would always depend on harnessing the enthusiasm, the creativity, and the talents of our young children and our youth. It was in the National Assembly that President Mandela read a poem by Ingrid Jonker called, and I quote, "A child is not dead," close quote, which was about how a child could inspire a nation. South Africa has certainly made significant progress since 1994. Almost all of our children are now in places of learning, some with free tuition. Some of our schools provide meals every day. There's access to primary health care that has improved for parents and children. Resources have also been allocated to improve the safety and fostering awareness of children's rights and social services. All these efforts culminated in the adoption of a national plan of action for children in 2019, a blueprint for government and other actors to work together. Nevertheless, we are acutely aware that progress has been uneven. Many children continue to experience unacceptable hardships, struggling with poverty at home, or attending schools that are far away and lack the necessary resources and facilities. There are still cases of children who are subject to bullying and violence. Too many children miss school because of health reasons. There's also an argument that government interventions to address children's needs remain fragmented between departments, across provinces, and in some cases, in oversight. In this context, Parliament and its partners have recognized the imperative of better planning, policy development, and budgeting to ensure that scarce resources are optimally invested and leveraged. Essential to this exercise will be expanding the involvement of children in these activities. The Nelson Mandela Children's Parliament that we are hosting today was conceived for this purpose, to involve children in the decisions about their lives and their future. Indeed, I do believe that discussions today and the views of all those who have joined us will be invaluable in plotting future efforts. Let us pledge to continue the work that President Mandela began. I look forward to our discussions today, and I thank you for your attendance and your participation in this very important Children's Parliament. Thank you very much.
Thank you, House Chair. We will now proceed to the debate. I will recognize the outgoing 2023 child ambassadors for their report back. Each speaker will be given 3 minutes. This will be followed by report backs from each thematic area, and each speaker will be given 1 minute and 30 seconds. I will now call Honorable Kause from Free State.
Good morning, honorable members. My name is Kiarabetu Peter Hwase, the outgoing Deputy President of the Nelson Mandela Children's Parliament and the outgoing Ambassador of the Free State Province. It's a good morning, and with this day, under the provincial report that I'm going to give back, as I say again, we tried. And children of South Africa, I'm proud to say that under the Free State Province, we are proud and will continue to work of magnetic significance. Free State consists of 5 districts. It consists of Lejo Leputo District, Tabomfutsanyana, Mangau Metro, Harib District, and the Fezile Dabi District. We had elections. Under the children's elections, they had elected me to become their child ambassador. We have my speaker, who's currently the deputy speaker of the Nelson Mandela Children's Parliament, Unati. So in this regard, we had a much consultation whereby we had to find ways in order to address the challenges that we were facing. We gave members or the children an opportunity to outline the challenges that they were facing in their communities. This went for every district. After the children had submitted their plans, then we decided to take the initiative to call upon counteractive measures in order to defeat the challenges that they were facing. And we are glad to say that we have managed to decrease during our period. In significant schools, we managed to see a drop rate of teenage pregnancy, dropping down in a manner that we couldn't believe. Currently, as we are still working, we are magnifying our organizations to find out what is the way forward in order to keep the rate sustainable. And at the end of the day, we no longer want to see teenage pregnancy. Substance abuse, we've been working with the South African Police Service, and they've ensured that they go to schools, they speak to children about why is it important to not use substance abuse at all. And I'm proud to say that even under the National Parliament, the honorable members have managed to represent and support me in a magnificent manner. With this being said, honorable members, I say that I'm proud of the Free State Province and I'm proud for the work that us as children we did. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. You have led by example in terms of keeping time. We'll now call Honorable Tinkosi from Mpumalanga.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable members, greetings yet again. The Legends of Presidency mentioned something important last evening. He said, if we were to write everything we did with the portfolio, we would write an entire article. Therefore, with that being said, I would like to highlight a few of the most important events that we had with the portfolio. Firstly, I would like to highlight on the fact that my team and I, and in that giving recognition to my provincial ORC, Mr. Mohanedi, were able to alleviate some of the challenges that the children of Mpumalanga faced. To cite an example, we had an issue of language barrier. And in order to bridge the gap between those privileged and unprivileged areas, there was an event that I talked about last evening. It was about bushback reach learners who were provided with the basic equipment, basic things that they needed, you know. And also, we also advocated, what is advocacy leadership? If I may ask the House, what is advocacy? It's about necessarily fighting for what belongs to you. It's about making sure that you get what you deserve. Thus, I can assure you that my team and I paved the way for you guys. And I want you to excel, go out there, do much more better than us. With that being said, I would like to design the podium. Thank you very much.
Thank you, honorable members. I was still trying to check the time, and I find that, well, 1 minute spent, I don't know if I'm generous, I will give it to somebody. And I don't want to be seen as being biased to that person. Unfortunately, I will then take my own time and decide which one. Now we will call Honorable Adams from the Eastern Cape.
Good morning, honorable members at large. Good morning to the minister. Good morning to the DSD, stakeholders, fellow parliamentarians, the outgoing legends, and the incoming delegates of the Nelson Mandela Children's Parliament. We, as the Nelson Mandela Children's Parliament, always say nothing for us without us. Therefore, child participation has been the forefront of our mission. For us, we have had the problem in the Eastern Cape of forming connections with the huge number of districts. What we have formed was the National Children's Forum in each municipality. This was starting in my district, the Nelson Mandela Bay, in which we were able to get representatives from each school to come together and talk about the pressing matters of that district. It is impressive to see and to be reminded of the intelligence of our fellow children. There we were able to form events such as the one talking about child rights, in which we were able to invite numerous schools to inform them about what their rights are and how they were able to practically implement them. Time and time again comes the problem of substance abuse. We cannot forget the event, the tragedy of Enyobeni. Sadly, this also happened in East London, my province. Substance abuse is something that we have been trying to minimize, and for us, we support the bill, the amendment bill to the National Alcohol Act, in which we're saying that the amount of alcohol ads being shown on our TV screens must be minimized. Especially at times in which children are watching TV. How can it be that within a span of an hour, we are able to see 2 adverts? We're saying that adverts must be screened after 10 o'clock at night and between 6 o'clock in the morning, as we recognize these are times which most children are sleeping. We were also going around to schools advocating and showing the depressive amount of effects that alcohol has. We have had numerous engagements with schools, inspiring them, because in the Eastern Cape, we have the highest amount of unemployment rate. We were able to recognize there is a need for inspiring the youth and the children to be able to up their morale and let them believe in themselves.
Unfortunately, member, your time is expired.
Thank you very much.
I did say I will use my discretion. I'm dividing the minutes towards. I just want to check with the table. Is translation on? I'm raising that because I want to encourage you, if you want to speak on the language of your choice that you'll be comfortable with, do that without any fear, because you are not only talking with us here, you are talking with the young ones in the rural areas and in the farms that may be listening to you. Having said that, we are now calling Honorable Member from Northwest, Honorable Lucas. Over to you.
I greet you all this beautiful morning, government officials and my honorable members. As I reflect on the impact that I've been able to make as a Northwest Child Ambassador, all I can do is really give thanks to the Lord, for He has made so many amazing advancements in my province. The Northwest struggles with a lot of things such as gender-based violence and femicide, substance abuse. And one thing that I've loved pushing is the fact that spreading awareness is really what we can do, because children are the ones that make the change. And by spreading awareness and by pushing education, from 2023 to 2024, our matric pass rate has increased from 81% to 87%, making us fourth nationally speaking. I must say, this year is not just a plain statistic, but rather it is proof that children are waking up and understanding the power in their hands by acknowledging education, and by us spreading awareness in these areas, whether covert or not. We are encouraging our children. And as the ambassador, I've been able to learn from every single one of them. I've been able to humble myself, and I've been able to understand the amount of doors that I, as the ambassador, have been able to open. And as I speak to the upcoming ones here, I encourage you, do not think that this is something which is going to be water on a duck's back, but rather acknowledge this is one of the best opportunities you could have, for the government has seen you and they want to hear you now. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Lucas. Our next speaker is Honorable Maje from Gauteng.
Thank you. I'd love to greet the esteemed honorable guest, esteemed leaders, fellow children. My name is Khomotso Meje, Khomotso, yes. I'd love to greet you with the words that say it takes a village to raise a child, most especially because we wouldn't be here if it wasn't the combined efforts of the government departments. So we thank you for that. It is with great gratitude and immense pride that I stand before you today. This moment is emotional and inspiring for me. Emotional because it marks the end of a powerful chapter in my journey, and inspiring because it is a reminder why children should be included in platforms such as these, where we can speak for ourselves. When I began my journey as an ambassador, I committed myself to ensuring that more children were reached, heard, and empowered. I worked with networks to recruit more children and help them understand the matters affecting them and their lives, because change begins when children are informed and included. All children, especially those with disabilities. Through this work, I became part of the National Trailblazers under the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture, where it is a space where young change makers come together to be capacitated on how to shape the future we want to see. One of the highlights of my journey was the opportunity to represent South African children at COP29, supported by the Save the Children South Africa. Standing on that international platform to speak on children was not just an honor. It was a responsibility to carry the voices of many back home. Thank you to our government for allowing me that opportunity. I also work closely with the Ekurhuleni School for the Deaf to make sure that no child is left behind. My passion for climate change has grown throughout my time as an ambassador. Through Save the Children climate programs, I attended so many of them. And most recently, I was part of the Johannesburg Climate Week, where we planted a forest and encouraged young people to bring children into climate matters. Nationally, we also contributed. I was also privileged to be part of the team that drafted the Children's SDG Complementary Report, which one of my peers represented at the United States High-Level Political Forum in New York recently. As I close this chapter, I want to leave a message. We need more platforms and opportunities for children to participate meaningfully, because children's issues are not soft issues. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. I may have made a mistake. Instead of saying Northwest, I said Northern Cape. Now it's Northern Cape. Honorable C. James.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, government officials, and honorable members. Since I have been elected as the Northern Cape Ambassador, we took issues such as gender-based violence and bullying into consideration. And taking that into consideration, we had cyberbullying and farming awareness campaigns and gender-based violence talks at school. But during my term as an ambassador, I have learned and achieved a lot. But I still believe that we can do more. As we are going to give over to the newly elected ambassadors, I believe that they know and they are willing to guide you guys through and to have your back, and they don't want you guys to not know what you're doing. And I would say I really appreciate this opportunity that was afforded to all legends. I think they all agree that they can say that they appreciate this opportunity. And then I would like to thank all the government officials. I thank you.
Thank you very much. On a lighter note, Honorable House Chair, they will be good representatives because when they deliver their speech, they are able to deliver them one on using phones, which personally I'm afraid to do it because I don't want to miss my time. But they are able to do that within 2 or 1.5 hours. That's very good. Well done. Now we are calling upon Western Cape, Honorable I. Dawood. Over to you, ma'am.
Good morning, Minister, respective government officials, stakeholders, and most importantly, the children in the room. My name is Isabella Dawood, and I'm the outgoing child ambassador for the Western Cape. As our outgoing speaker has said, the main goal of the Nelson Mandela Children's Parliament was, well, the main priority was child participation. However, in the Western Cape, we extended that to meaningful child participation where children's voices are authentically heard in governance. Over the past year, my work with the Nelson Mandela Children's Parliament and the Department of Social Development has allowed me to actively advance child rights and participation in all levels of governance. I contributed to the National Plan of Action for Children in the country. Additionally, me and my team in the Western Cape sat down with the speechwriter ahead of the President's speechwriter ahead of the 2023 State of the Nation address. Additionally, with this, we held many workshops regarding gender-based violence, substance abuse, as well as all issues affecting children in the Western Cape. Additionally, we have also worked with the Children's Institute to give meaningful advice and guidance to the child's gauge so that we could ensure that children's voices were authentically represented in this document. In the Western, looking ahead for the Nelson Mandela Children's Parliament, we envision a well-resourced and nationally recognized platform where children's voices are authentically heard. And not only are they consulted, however, they play an active role in decisions that affect them. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. We will now call Honorable Morudu, sorry for the pronunciation, from Limpopo. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I am the outgoing president of the Nelson Mandela Children's Parliament, proudly from Limpopo province. I'm going to talk about implementations because if I mention events, Yo, I will take the whole day. Some people are even said, we are tired of seeing this face all the time because I think I attended 80% of the event. Let me balance you real quickly. I was the one to welcome the officialization of the sign language here as the 11th language in South Africa. I also managed to establish a junior council in our province. And not that only, I was able to formulate what we call the IDP. We started with the first municipality, which is the Mole municipality, that was able to make a IDP specifically for children. And then as for another thing, I managed to establish the volunteer program in our university for students to advocate for children's rights under the help of the UNICEF. We're also able to capacitate children on their rights. And through the hard work we have made, we've managed to bring about all different leaders from different sectors to come as one so that we can create what we call coordination. We were also able to establish my own organization, which is Catalyst for Change, that is going to specifically work on children. This means my journey does not end here. I'll continue with the struggle. Another thing, we're able to participate in the Boy Joy Summit in response of gender-based violence through the help of the Nelson Mandela Children's Fund. We were able to make an initiative that is specifically for the boys so that they can be equipped in curbing the issue of gender-based violence. I was also able to put all the workers, officials from my province to work together. As I speak, ladies and gentlemen, the Department of Social Development is now working hand in hand with the Office of the Premier to ensure that the province services are provided. With that being said, ladies and gentlemen, I am proud to continue fighting for the struggle of a Black child. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Because there's a gap, there's one province that hasn't turned up. Honorable Minister, let me just take this opportunity of showing you your guests. There are 3. I'm going to call them. They must stand up because they wanted to come and witness what their elders, because they are still children. Kanya Tsetwa, can you please stand up? Atwenga Ganjo and Olotando Fanda. They have come to see and observe and witness and learn. And in fact, they are excited because they're in Parliament. That is the most important thing. And I'm told they've already told their peers that they are here. You may be seated. Thank you very much. I will now recognize those giving a feedback from the thematic deliberations. If there are 2, each of them is given 1 hour and 30 minutes. But if it's 1 minute and 30 minutes, my apologies. If it's only one from a particular topic, that person will take 3 minutes. The first is on climate change, Northwest, A. Mukwena, and the second one is from Limpopo, Honorable L. Mashishi. So it's 1 minute, 30 seconds each.
Thank you, My Excellency, honorable members and honorable guests. My name is Angelina Lagato Mukwena. Climate change is not an abstract threat. It's a living reality, erratic weather patterns, rapidly rising temperatures. To be clear, climate crisis also involve development crisis and justice crisis, magnified by systematic equality. We face challenges as building nets by schools, Schools infrastructures are not properly built. Some are outdated and they lack required amendments to resist climatic impacts. Closing down of schools due to lack of water has been highly reported. It also affects the NSNP schemes. And Tepo High School in Everton, Gauteng is one of the victims. Decisions are taken by beneficiaries in offices, not the rest outside the departments. And according to Section 199 in our Constitution, this is not obligated. Climate change affects learning system as children are unable to attend schools. Basically, Section 29 in our Constitution is also violated. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Greetings to the House at large. The one standing before you is Lefenze Mashishi, the Child Ambassador for the Limpopo Province. And the resolutions which we have come with for the issue of climate change, we have come to a decision that the government should create platforms for children on which we will be able to voice out our concerns about climate change and influence policies for planning on climate change. We also thought that proper planning and budgeting for disaster management should be implemented. Our government has a tendency of replying very slowly in terms of natural disasters. So we should involve children in these plannings because they also need to know what is going on because they are children and these issues affect them daily. We should also create policies to try to reduce the amount of trees being cut down and remind people to plant trees and to create awareness on climate change and to prohibit the rate of it in South Africa. The government should also create policies on war. One thing that I feel like we don't address much is how much war can affect children in a country and how it can also contribute to climate change. The government should make sure that they attend to the causes of war and make sure that all children in a country are protected in a time of war, as according to Article 6, 19, and 33 of the UNCRC. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Group 2 is on comprehensive sexual education, teenage pregnancy, and mental health, and that will be done on hybrid. From Free State by Honorable K. Mohalali. Over to you. Can we be, oh, you are here. Oh, okay.
Thank you very much, my honorable speaker. Greetings, honorable guests, members. My name is Katla Mahaladi from Free State, schooling at Jalan Special School, currently in grade 9. Today I'm going to talk to you about comprehensive sexual education. Comprehensive sexual education refers to the teaching and educating young children about sexual acts that can potentially affect their lives, considering factors such as teenage pregnancy and mental health as effects. Today we gather to discuss a crucial aspect of adolescent health. Sexual education as we navigate the complex of growing up is essentially we equipped growing up our youth with the knowledge and skills to make informed decisions about their bodies and features. The right to identity in section 28 of the Constitution, subsection 16. Identity plays a role in shaping the choice adolescents make, including those related to sexual health issues. Lack of sex education leaves our youth vulnerable and unhealthy relationships. Identity can lead to teen pregnancy, shaped by what we listen to or what we expose to. Exposure to negative influence can have consequences. Mental health challenges are increasingly prevalent among adolescents. Impact: teenage pregnancy and sexual transmitted infections can have long-term consequences on young people's lives. Mental health issues can lead to feelings of isolation, fear, and uncertainty. Solutions for budgeting and planning. Budgeting for health. Encourage teenagers to plan for their future by understanding the financial implications of sexual health decisions. Teach them to budget for their well-being and future goals. Plan for informed decisions. Implement age-appropriate, inclusive education to empower youth with knowledge and skills for making informed decisions about their sexual health and relationships. Mental health budgeting. Allocate time and resource for mental health support. Provide accessible, free counseling service and promote health coping and machinize as a part of planning for overall well-being. According to the Erikson theory of social and develop the stage of identity, this is a royal confusion occurs during adolescence, 12 to 18 years old. Promoting constructive cultural practice can support health, identity formation, and better planning for the future. By working together, we can create a supportive environment.
I remember your time has expired.
I thank you.
We will now call group 5 because I'm told we need to swap. We're calling group 5 Child Protection. The speaker is from Northwest, Honorable O. Kabashia. Over to you.
Salutations to the House at large. My name is Oten Kabasia from the Northwest Province. Nelson Mandela once said, "There can be no keener revelation of a society's soul than the way in which it treats its children." Today, I stand before you not just to speak, but to echo the voices of cries of the children of South Africa. The problem is clear. Too many children in South Africa face abuse, neglect, violence, and exploitation, both online and offline. These harms do not just steal childhood, they destroy future leaders. Unsafe home environments, under-resourced schools, communities that are silent about abuse, laws that exist but are not yet enforced or implemented. Children living with disabilities or those in rural areas are mostly vulnerable at instances and overlooked. In the digital age, where we face a new battlefield, the internet, where cyberbullying and online predators thrive, both is there hope? Yes. Child protection begins with awareness. We must further educate our children about their rights and empower them to speak up. Strengthen support systems, trained educators, improved access to counseling, and enforce existing laws. Child protection is not just the duty of the government. I agree. It's also the responsibility of citizens, mothers. We must take accountability as children, but we need help from the government too. If we do not hear their voices and protect their lives, Minister, we are really losing a generation, a legacy that were given to us. With that being said, let's rise beyond promise and enforce the real change. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Now we will then go to Group 4, Substance Abuse. One member from Northwest, Honorable H.O. Hitile. My apologies for pronunciation. Who was closest? You will correct me. And sorry, your time is 1 minute, 30 seconds.
Honorable speakers, fellow parliamentarians, and distinguished guests, my name is Honorable Oratileki Hitlile from Northwest Province, representing the district Dr. Rusu Khumutsi Mumbai. Substance abuse is the excessive use of substances that are harmful for children under the age of 18. This is a violation of the Liquor Act 59 of 2003. This affects children physically, psychologically, and socially. And the most common observable result is the behavioral disruptions, mainly influenced by the parental substance abuse. The challenges that children and the community at large face regarding the issue being addressed to the House. Number one, substances are easily accessed by children because of the large number of the unregistered businesses. The second point, children are not aware of the vital information regarding the topic because open discussions are slowly reducing in schools. Campaigns are being attended by children, but the government struggles providing them with the feedback. We also deal with tokenism, whereby our opinions are taken for appearance sake, not for the purpose of influencing the overall resolutions. The government has solutions on paper, but the problem lies when they have to be implemented on the real world. With that being said, I would like to say healing begins when we come together, not just as individuals, but as a nation committed to eradicating substance abuse. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Now we'll call Honorable Member from Limpopo, Honorable Z. Isop.
Good day, House at large. I stand before you to provide solutions for the problems that my fellow honorable member has brought up. We need to increase the tax on the substances in order to make it less accessible for people to buy. When it's less accessible, less people will use it, resulting in lower substance abuse. And people lack information about it, so we need to expand the curriculum in the schools in order to give people the vital information about substance abuse and the dangers lurking around it. Number three, people, when we are doing projects, we do not get feedback. We need to provide quarterly or 6-month reports, including the feedback, current stats, previous stats, in order to see our progress until the project is completed. Regarding the unregistered organizations, police need to do searches at random intervals so that they can close down and take legal action against unregistered organizations. 5, the children's voices have to be heard. We need to make a way to find children-friendly programs, especially disability-friendly programs, where kids' voices can be heard. We have the law, Liquor Act 59 of 2003 in the UNCRC, but is it implemented? On paper, it means nothing. We need to make a point to implement the Liquor Act. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Member. Now we are Group 3 Child Participation from Limpopo, Honorable F. Palanzwe. Over to you.
Thank you, honorable members. I go by the name of Funzani Parandela. I come from the Limpopo province. Child participation. Despite South Africa's commitment to upholding children's rights as outlined in the Section 28 of the Constitution and the UNCRC, children's voices remain largely unheard in planning and budgeting processes that directly impact their lives. Children rarely have formal spaces like youth councils or school forums where their opinions can reach decision makers. Government and municipalities should create child and youth councils where children can express their opinions about community budget and development plans. Ensure that this platform includes children from different backgrounds, whether from the rural areas, urban areas, the disabled or the abled or the poor communities. As our Honorable Kazimla Adams stated, nothing for us without us. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Now we will call the next speakers, and I want to say on my left and on my right, there are chairs, so that when the first speaker sits, the next one will then have to sit instead of coming from where people are seated, except if a person has requested to speak where he or she is seated. Now we'll call upon Ms. M. Britt, Program Director from the Save the Children SA representative. Thank you very much. Over to you, ma'am.
Honourable Minister, Members of Parliament, distinguished guests, and most importantly, the children gathered here today. I'm Megan Brede and I represent Save the Children South Africa. It's an honour to stand before the Nelson Mandela Children's Parliament, a space that reminds us of the many great truths that Madiba spoke, honouring the value of children. Today we are here not just to celebrate the voices of children, we are here to listen, because the voices that we hear present us with wisdom, courage, and honesty that our nation needs now most. For far too long, adults believe that children must first grow up before they can make a difference. But every one of you in this room, and particularly the speakers we've heard today, have shown us that change doesn't wait for age, it waits for courage. Each idea you share, each question you ask, each dream you speak out loud, all of this matters. Your voices remind us that leadership is not about how old you are, it's about how boldly you care. To the adults in this room, and that includes me, I must say, children are not just that cliche that we always banter, children are the future. They are part of the present. Their thoughts, feelings, and experiences must shape the policies, budgets, and programs that we design today. To our true stars, you, the children, it is clear that every one of you here have earned your place. You carry the stories and hopes of millions of children in South Africa. You are here to remind us, your leaders, your teachers, your parents, that your lives matter, your safety matters, and your dreams matter. If you have ever felt unheard, let this Parliament remind you that your voice is powerful. If you have ever been afraid to speak, remember that change has always begun with someone brave enough to say, this is not right. Today, when you stand and you speak, speak from your heart. When you share your ideas, share them boldly. And when you listen to others, listen with kindness. Because together you are not only shaping the future, you're shaping South Africa's conscience. A conscience that we need, a conscience that reminds us to value our children. At Save the Children South Africa, we believe that we cannot ignore the painful realities that too many children still face violence, neglect, and abuse. There are children who go to bed hungry, who are silenced by fear, and who still wait for protection that never comes. But we believe, and I know that we can do better, much, much better. At Save the Children, we strive to find those spaces to elevate the voices of children. And as you've heard previously, we have supported young people on many national and international platforms to raise their voice. This coming year, we commit to the Department of Social Development to help revise the child participation framework, grounding the principle of children's voices in the decisions going forward. Doing better by the children of South Africa is not the responsibility of government alone, we heard that. It is the responsibility of every adult, parent, teacher, faith leaders, neighbors. Nelson Mandela taught us that courage is not the absence of fear, it's a triumph over it. And today I look around this room and I see courage in young faces. To the children of South Africa, continue to speak, continue to dream, continue to demand a country worthy of your promise. And to the adults, let us listen, not with polite smiles, but with open hearts and a determination to act. And act is the word that we need to be following as the adults. And to say, at Save the Children South Africa, we believe that when we listen to the wisdom of children, we do not just protect their rights, we renew our nation's hope. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, ma'am. The next speaker is Ms. S. Ngoni from the Nelson Mandela Children's Fund.
Honorable members of Parliament, Honorable Minister, distinguished guests, representatives from the Department of Social Development, Department of Basic Education, UNICEF, Save the Children South Africa, most importantly, our outgoing legends and our incoming legends. Child ambassadors and delegates, good morning. It is a privilege to stand here on behalf of the Nelson Mandela Children's Fund and Dr. Linda Ngubenkomo in her absence. We're an organization founded by Madiba. And as one of the oldest organizations he founded, we believe in servant leadership. And that's the one thing I want to drill home this morning. We are standing here as leaders, but also we are representing the Kwekwe's of South Africa, voiceless children that cannot be here today. Let us not forget that our mandate is not to be distinguished guests alone, but to be advocates of children. For more than a decade, the Nelson Mandela Children's Parliament has been a cornerstone of that very mission, a national platform where children from across South Africa come together to express their views on issues that affect them most. I'm quite proud of the work you've done in the past year, outgoing legends. As Tikhang has mentioned, you've done incredible work, including representing not only South African children, but even African children at large, as you will recall at the African Children's Summit. Continue to do work that looks beyond your own little corner and into a global platform. Continue to be leaders. That's what South Africa is known for. We have raised leaders that have stepped into the global stage, not just for their own gain, but specifically for the liberation of those that are vulnerable. Today, for the first time in several years, we are honored to gather in the National Parliament, and we are very thankful that we are in these very chambers where decisions about the country's future are made. This moment reminds you, children, that you are not merely beneficiaries of policies, but you are partners in shaping policy. I hope you take that responsibility seriously. Through this parliament, young people are learning that democracy is not a spectator sport. I have been really privileged to sit in on your debates. Your thinking is revolutionary. And if you implement that, you are going to change not only policy, but even the way technology is designed. So I really hope that you take it forward. For the fund, we are really grateful that we are seeing you bloom in skill, in confidence, in participation in civic and community activity. The Parliament is one of the ways we ensure that development is not abstract, it is lived, it is heard, and it translates into local action. This year's theme, therefore, amplifying the voices of children in planning and budgeting for the realization of children's rights. It calls on us to go beyond consultation. It challenges us to ensure that budget allocations, service delivery, and even program design is informed by the real experiences of young people. Because when children participate meaningfully, we don't just plan better, we plan more fairly. And our commitment to you this morning is, like has been said by Save the Children, to develop and strengthen child participation in decision-making spaces, to partner with government and civil society to ensure that advocacy outcomes translate into tangible improvements in children's lives. To our child ambassadors, your courage and clarity continues to inspire us. I hope we can continue to make spaces accessible and safe for you all. I thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. The next speaker is Mr. I. Akata, the Deputy Country Representatives for the UNICEF. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Honorable Speaker of the National Assembly, who is not here, but Honorable House Chair, Mr. Folik, Honorable Minister of Social Development, Ms. Tolashe, chairperson of the Social Development Portfolio Committee, Ms. Masango, other chairpersons, DDG, distinguished parliaments, esteemed members, partners from National Mandela Children's Fund, Save the Children, and overall, all young parliamentarians and future parliamentarians. Very good morning. All protocols observed. On behalf of United Nations Children's Fund, UNICEF, we are very proud to be here today at this historic moment to witness the 2025 Children's Parliament in a real parliament. You know, many times you get a sense that you are Children's Parliament, but you are real parliament. So thank you, Chairperson, for this opportunity. This venue reminds us that children's voices are central to our democracy. And the United Nations Convention on the Rights of the Child calls on all the member states to provide a space, to provide opportunities for the participation on the issues which matters, the issues which affect them. And today we heard them, there are so many issues which are affecting them, where they're coming from. That's why UNICEF commends and really proud to work with the National Assembly, Nelson Mandela Children's Fund, and Save Children, and other young parliamentarians for their leadership in institutionalizing this Children's Parliament within the national parliamentary system. This is really a good testimony towards realization of the United Nations Convention on the Rights of the Child. Investing in children's participation is investing in South Africa's future governance and democratic setup. So again, appreciation to the government of South Africa for this one. This year's themes is amplifying the voices of children in planning and budgeting. Is both timely and essential because investing in children is real investment in future. So when we talk about planning and budgeting, it is important. It is like a body without soul. It's the same like you plan, have without budget. So body must be with soul and plan must be with budget. And this is really important that we are talking about today, planning and budgeting. The United Nations Convention on the Rights of the Child, Article 4, calls on all member states to allocate appropriate resources for the realization of child rights. And today is a testimony of the government of South Africa. Today is a testimony of this parliament to give a call to the international body that yes, we are committed to talk about planning and budgeting, and we are committed towards the realization of Convention on the Rights of the Child. Since 2011, through every children's parliament, we have seen that children participate meaningfully. And then the outcomes are very smarter, more inclusive and sustainable on all issues. And today, I'm really overwhelmed and proud to see that they have spoken on all issues, starting from health, education, mental health, substance abuse, gender-based violence, climate change. All these issues are not alien. These are real issues affecting them everywhere. And I call upon all parliamentarians, I have heard they were saying outgoing. You are outgoing from your role, but not from your responsibilities. You remain parliamentarian and change maker on the issues which matters to you and your communities, wherever you are coming from, wherever you constitute representing. So you are permanent parliament on the issues you have taken up today, and we look for your commitment. As South African government is advancing towards the implementation of midterm development plan through annual performance plan. And I believe some of the discussions from this meeting will feed into to make the performance plan, meaningful, realistic by allocating appropriate resources to those activities which are being discussed today in this Parliament House. For young parliamentarians, I believe you are not just guests for today. You are leaders today and for tomorrow as well. You are advocate on the issues you mentioned for today's proceeding, but also the future. And you are innovators. Innovators is basically the younger generation can bring a lot of new ideas, new thinking as a solution to the problem you face every day in your communities or your constituency is facing. So we look forward for your more innovative ideas in this parliament, but also in other forums. Your participations,
Your time is expired.
your participations help truly reflect the dreams and rights of the children. On behalf of UNICEF, I would like to extend my heartfelt appreciation to the National Assembly, to the partners, to young parliamentarians, incoming and outgoing, to advocate. UNICEF remains committed to work with you today and tomorrow and coming years. For every child, everywhere, thank you so much.
Thank you very much, sir. Our next speaker is the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Social Development, Honorable B.S. Masango.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable House Chair, Honorable Chairpersons, Honorable Minister and Senior Management of the Department of Social Development and its entities, Honorable Members of the National Assembly, and most importantly, Honorable Members of the Nelson Mandela Children's Parliament. Good morning. It is a great honor for me and privilege to join you today at this special sitting of the Nelson Mandela Children's Parliament under the theme Amplifying the Voices of Children, a space that truly captures the spirit of democracy, participation, and hope. This event stands as a living tribute to our beloved Tata Nelson Mandela, a leader who taught us that the true measure of our nation lies in how we treat and uplift our children. His legacy lives on through each of you, the young leaders gathered here today, who continue to remind us that the future must be built with children and not merely for them. I am particularly proud of this initiative. Our work is deeply rooted in protecting the rights of the children and ensuring that every child in South Africa grows up in a safe, nurturing, and empowering environment. Today, as we listen to your voices and ideas, we are reminded that our policies and programs must reflect the realities you live every day. The Nelson Mandela Children's Parliament is more than an event on a calendar. It is a platform for accountability. It is here that you, our young parliamentarians, hold us to the promises we make, the promise of access to quality education, healthcare, safety, social protection, and dignity. You are not just participants, you are partners in shaping a better South Africa. President Nelson Mandela said, "The history will judge us by the difference we make in the everyday lives of children." These words challenge us as legislators, policymakers, and public servants to act with urgency and compassion. They remind us that every decision we make in Parliament must serve the best interests of the child. To the delegates, your confidence, your insight, and your courage are truly inspiring. You are demonstrating that leadership is not about titles or age. It is about service. It is about empathy and vision. I encourage you to take the lessons from this Parliament back to your schools, to your communities, and continue being advocates for justice, equality, and kindness. To the organizers, mentors, teachers, and parents, thank you for supporting these young voices. You are helping to build a culture of participation where children are recognized not as passive recipients of decisions, but as active contributors to the democratic process. We reaffirm our commitment to championing the rights of children, strengthening child protection systems, and ensuring that no child in South Africa is left behind. We will continue to draw inspiration from the resolutions of this Children's Parliament in our oversight and legislative work. To our young honorable members, you carry the legacy of Mr. Mandela with pride and purpose. You are living proof that our democracy is alive, dynamic, and full of promise. On behalf of the Portfolio Committee on Social Development, I congratulate you for all your participation, your leadership, and your passion. May this experience empower you to continue speaking out, dream big, and leading with integrity. Congratulations once again. It is an amazingly exciting full circle for me personally, because it was in 2011 when I was working for the Nelson Mandela Children's Fund when we started work of putting together the Nelson Mandela Children's Parliament. So I am beyond excited, I am beyond proud, and most of all, I feel beyond blessed to be part of this gathering today. So congratulations once again. You make South Africa proud. God bless you.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. We are now going to proceed to our keynote address speaker, who is none other than the Minister of Social Development, Honorable S. Kilashe.
Honorable Dunjwa, the presiding officer of this august occasion, our House Chairperson, Committee Oversight and Public Participation, Honorable Lord, Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, my Portfolio Committee, Ms. Bridget Masango, our Director General of Social Development, Mr. Peter Nichipale, Chief Executive Officer of Nelson Mandela Children's Fund, Dr. Linda Nkumenkomo, in absentia, senior managers from Department of Social Development, both at national and province, senior managers from the Department of Basic Education, both national and provincial, representative from Nelson Mandela Children's Fund and Save the Children South Africa, all our partners and stakeholders, all the children in this venue and online, ladies and gentlemen, good day. Hey, taba na ye ta. Hey, taba na ye ta. Thank you very much, Mulwen. Thank you, sir. It is my singular honor and pleasure to stand in front of Africa's greatest asset and future, its children. Thank you for kindly affording me this opportunity to speak and engage with you during this year's Nelson Mandela Children's Parliament. I have to share my sincere gratitude to the Speaker of the National Assembly and the Chairperson of the NSOP for affording us this august house and their precious time to be with us, of course, in absentia, however, represented by one of the seasoned leaders of this august house. The government of the Republic of South Africa, through the Department of Social Development, takes great pride in co-hosting this landmark gathering in collaboration with Nelson Mandela Children's Fund, Save the Children South Africa, UNICEF, and office bearers of our national parliament. Let me take this opportunity to express my gratitude to the leadership of the partner organization, the board, and management of the partners for successfully ensuring our children's participation through their provinces engage on regular basis with the key challenges children face in our society, and allowing us as national to bring children's representatives from all provinces to Cape Town once a year. In partnership with Nelson Mandela Children's Fund, we hosted the African Children's Summit and we honored Tata Madiba's life and legacy through amplifying the collective voice of Africa's children under the theme, Seen, Heard, and Engaged in Education. The declaration of the summit, which included the importance of African member states that ratify the African Charter on the Rights and Welfare of the Child. The outcome statement was subsequently a day or two after the summit, presented before the African Committee of Experts on the Rights and Welfare of the Child in Lesotho. The committee resolved to encourage all member states to initiate child participation programs. South Africa is continuously enhancing the voices of children on matters affecting them. It is worth mentioning that South African government ratified the United Nations Convention on the Rights of the Child, commonly known as the CRC, the first legally binding international convention to confirm the human rights of all children across the globe. The Convention of Rights of Children is a human rights convention that set out civil, political, economic, social, health, and cultural rights of children. It was the first international convention that the newly elected democratic government ratified on the 16th June 1996. 5 years later, on the 7th of January 2000, South Africa ratified the African Charter on the Rights and Welfare of the Child, a broad regional instrument that sets out rights for children in Africa, commonly known as the African Children's Charter. Since ratifying both the Convention on Rights of the Child and the African Children's Charter, and guided by our Constitution, especially Section 28 of the Bill of Rights, South Africa is focused on realizing children's rights and fulfilling our obligation. Central to both the Convention on Rights of the Child and the African Children's Charter is the principle that governments must always act in the best interest of the child, and that every child has basic fundamental rights. It is worth noting that world leaders have not kept to the undertaking committed to when ratifying these international legal documents. If we did, your topics for this forum would have been different. Consistently, we heard you crying loud on the challenges that we are going through, on the difficulties that we experience, even though the leaders have committed into all this. And again, you are very loud to say, don't just take decision, implement your decision. Thank you for that. The main objective of this Children's Parliament is to promote child-centered dialogue and advocacy, empower children as agents of change, ensure inclusive and equitable participation, provide evidence-based policy recommendation, strengthen collaboration across sectors and provinces in the country, review and advise progress and raise awareness and mobilize for national action. Child participation is a fundamental right of a children through which their other rights can be realized. The obligation on society through state to protect, respect, and promote the right of children and to participate in decisions that affect them are promoted by both the Charter on the Right of the Child and the African Children's Charter. The child-led parliament, which aims to amplify the voices of children in policymaking and decision-making processes across the country, is also aligned to the AU Agenda 2040 and the recent Bogota 2024 global commitment to ending violence against children. This parliament must create a platform to agitate for accelerated action needed to realize the full enjoyment of the human rights and freedom of children in South Africa. Because it is led by you children, it gives you a collective voice to share your views and hold us as leaders and government to account on key issues affecting. These include democracy, emerging technology, and climate change, as you have articulated. Promoting inclusive education for all children, role of artificial intelligence in education, addressing school violence, gender-based violence, and violence against children, and amongst others. Honorable Chairperson, the presiding officers, it is indeed a great pleasure for us to be able to stand here and articulate all this that seeks to change the way we do things. According to the UNICEF Children's Report of November 2024, high-income countries in the world will count for a small share of children by the year 2050, and Africa will be the one with a high number of children. This then means that Africa will be able to gain on the demographics dividend. We have to ensure and encourage that these are led by you, the children, wherein you amplify your voice as the future of this world and hold us in government, private sector, and civil society all accountable. We must be held accountable by you to ensure that the policies and law we enact are in line with what you will be adopting so as to guarantee the future you deserve. Ladies and gentlemen, we will not be able to achieve the above if the reality that children face in South Africa are still the following. Children in sub-Saharan Africa are at heightened risk in a rapidly changing world affected by extreme climate change, crisis-shifting population dynamics, and widening technological gaps. The challenges facing children in South Africa are overwhelming. Child abuse and neglect, the prevalence of child abuse neglect in our country is widespread. Child abuse entails the physical, sexual, and emotional mainstream of a child that cause long-term or permanent damage. Neglect is an act of omission or the absence of action, the consequence of which can be devastating to a child, as it leaves no visible marks and yet happens to be the most dangerous. Moreover, usually both involve infants and very young children who cannot speak or defend themselves. Human trafficking and slavery. The trafficking is the fastest growing means by which people are forced into slavery and also a very booming industry. It affects every continent. My children, the importance of the Nelson Mandela Children's Parliament and the topical issues to be discussed here cannot be overemphasized. From shocking revelations currently emerging in the Jocelyn Smith case to the mind-numbing brutal rapes that children experience. This act of sparing no effort to speedily ensure that the perpetrators of rape are brought to book to face the full might of the law is encouraging. As a country, we need to ensure that we support and protect our children in all gender-based violence matters and violence against children. The sad reality we need to confront head-on, as shown year in year out by the quarterly crime statistic all over the world, is that more and more children are likely to be abused at home and in the hands of someone they know. Those who have a duty to care and protect them. And that is why we welcome the recent announcement by the Minister of Justice and Constitutional Development to publicize the list of convicted gender-based violence perpetrators and names of sexual offenders contained in the National Register of Sex Offenders. It is for this reason that on our part as social development, we intend to scale up prevention and early intervention, such as REHISA, which seeks to support community-based effort to develop, enhance, and coordinate initiatives and activities to prevent child abuse, neglect, and exploitation. The focus is on the strengthening families and communities as the first line of response in case and prevention. The key to this intervention is the need to promote child participation by listening, hearing, and engaging the voices of our children. As per the recommendation of both the United Nations Committee on the Rights of the Child and the African Committee of Experts on the Rights and Welfare of the Child during the presentation of South Africa's periodic report. One way in which we do this is through the annual Nelson Mandela Children's Parliament, a collaborative effort between the Department of Social Development, Nelson Mandela Children's Fund, UNICEF, Save the Children South Africa, the National Assembly, and provincial legislatures. As I conclude, I want to express my appreciation to the organizing committee for working around the clock to ensure that our government, in partnership with the Mandela Children's Foundation, can and is hosting this important gathering. We look forward to receiving the outcomes of this parliament from you as we continue in our collective effort to build a better South Africa and a better world fit for all children. I wish you, my children, Bana, the best in your deliberation. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. We are now going to suspend our proceedings for comfort break and group photos and group photo. Now, this is what is going to happen in terms of a group photo. When we go outside, we're going to take that. There are stairs outside the chamber. We are then going to be positioned by persons who know best how to take a group photo. Then it will be the children and the partner, the organization, members of parliament must assemble outside, and that will include the minister. So after that, we are then going to be back at 12:15. 12:15, we are all seated. So now we are to take the comfort break. Thank you very much. We will be back at 12:15. Thank you.
Recording stopped.
It would be one to follow the CD. On the Tuesday, I think that and I think they said the third. I think maybe from third. Maybe I'll speak to Honorable Kimba. That'll be wonderful. Thank you so much. Kimba? Urgently going to the names here.
Yes, that's what I've asked.
So they must now know. Yeah.
Usually it's just saying something that it's not good because we completed it.
Yeah, but this is now.
She was saying that.
How are you?
Yeah, let me go into.
We work according to a program. Passwords and words and things like that. The important thing is what I've said to them now is allow the changes. We could not run so Jewish, but we need I need an interpreter. So they need to tell me that we have an interpreter. But now there's nobody, so she hasn't followed any.
And I was feeling so. Let me just go.
So see, because then they need to recognize that for debate, and we need to know where the interpreter can have to happen.
Yes.
Okay. And so Honorable Maverick is asking for the list. She said we need to call them. I don't know how they do their. They haven't told us how they do it. So we need to understand that procedure.
And they wanted to have now for here to have
unless what you do is you're just calling their name, saying and then where's complete? Okay. Yeah. All right. Angie, Kumza, please find the pledge, find the names.
Yeah.
We've got until 2 o'clock. Hello, Rose. Nina's not here. So it's just the clock. It's just the clock at the moment, but they haven't given us, we're going to come back at 11:45. So they haven't given us a speakers list. So we're just going to have to recognize, and I'm thinking we must put three names on the list.
It said something though. I think it did. I just have to check my.
I've asked them, but I'm not sure. And there's one.
Yeah, but I think there's one 3-minute slot that was split between 2 people. Let me just switch this off.
Yes.
Are we okay?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so you will do the next speech. Okay.
Okay, we'll need the mic.
No, she will speak from here.
Okay, cool. So we sort that.
Camera.
Order, honorable members.
Recording in progress.
Order, please. Order, honorable members. We don't do that. When the chair says order, nobody is to be standing in the passage. Lady, it's either you sit down or I take you out. We don't do that. We don't do that. You are to learn the correct way. Honorable members, first as the chair, I would like to apologize. We had an honorable member whom unfortunately at the time of the proceedings, there was no physical assistance in terms of the sign language. So that's why you will see that there are two people that are assisting her. We would really like to apologize to her for that. Secondly, is that still the house rules, phones on silent, please. Now I will officially hand over to Honorable Ganjo, who's going to take us through the next program until we go for lunch. Over to you, Honorable Jack Ganjo.
Thank you so much, Honorable Tunjwa. Let me take this opportunity and greet our House Chairperson, Honorable Folek, and greet the Minister in her absentia, Honorable Tolashe, and also greet the MEC of Social Development from Eastern Cape, Honorable Fanda, the chairpersons of the portfolio committees that are here. I'll greet you all, and also our VIPs that are wearing black today. Good after, I think it's, yeah, good day. We're almost there. We had a long comfort break, Honorable Chair. You know, I whispered to Honorable Van der Merwe when we were seated there that this is a very dignified plenary today. And I think as old people who are learning, because usually when we are seated here, there will be a lot of heckling, a lot of noise, but you have taught us something today, that this is an honorable house. It needs to be treated as such. Thank you very much for your respect for this house. We are now going to move to our second session. We will have speakers that are going to debate. Each speaker will have 3 minutes. We have a timer. We're going to be very strict because there's quite a long list of the speakers that are going to speak. We are now going to call speaker number 1 on climate change. We'll call Khomotso Meje, who you will all debate where you are seated, just to avoid the traffic and all that. If I call your name, kindly switch on your mic, then you will debate where you are seated. The first speaker on climate change will be Khomotso Meje from Gauteng. Over to you, Khomotso.
Thank you, Speaker. I would love to speak on climate financing. The first thing that we would love to request for the government to do, or the message to be delivered from the children, is that we request for financial aid, not a loan. We want this aid to be paid by the first world countries or historical emitters that contribute most to climate change. We want them to be the ones to pay more to solve the climate crisis. So we want this aid to be a sort of budget allocated to South Africa, which will fund investments, whether by learners that have innovations that can tackle this problem. The second thing that we request, it is regarding the integration of climate education into our system. So what we want is for climate education to be included in the syllabus from foundation phase. We're speaking grade R, grade 1, up until higher education, where even our architects are learning around the field of climate change on how to actually build innovations, on how to actually combat it. We are talking about even accounting students we don't want it to be part of a subject. We want to see it throughout the subjects. We want to see climate financing in accounting. We want to see climate education in DBE books. So we're going to need the Department of Basic Education as well as the Department of Higher Education to be involved in this. Thank you.
Wow. Thank you very much, Khomotso. You know, Chair, I take interest because I'm the chairperson of that portfolio that also deals with the environment, the issues of climate change. Thank you very much, Khomotso. The second speaker is Simpiwe Dash from Free State. Over to you, Simpiwe.
Thank you very much, Keeper. I greet the House in large. Let me just get straight to the point. Today, I'll be talking about the causes of climate change. We all know and we all believe that climate change is something that is done naturally so. But us as human beings, we also have a hand in causing climate change. The first one we have is greenhouse gas emissions. The burning of fossil fuels such as coal, oil, and gas releases carbon dioxide. And we know that South Africa has been producing electricity using fossil fuel, and it becomes a generation now. And yes, we don't have a problem, but the problem we are having is that it causes children. And it also includes us as children because we might get diseases like TB, and also it also causes climate change, which is the topic we're talking about. It can lead to climate change such as floods because the air or because of the gas that is released in the fossil fuels goes up in the atmosphere, and also causes us to get education we need because we saw in Durban about the flood that occurred. The second one we have is deforestation and land use changes. The clearance of forest for agriculture, urbanization, and other purposes releases carbon stored in trees and reduces the ability of forests to act as carbon sinks. And we all know we have people who cut trees in order to make a living. But that is not the way to make a living because us as children, we are being affected negatively so because we know without trees we cannot get oxygen. We know that tree also helps us to get oxygen. So us cutting those trees will be difficult for children's life. And that will be easy for the diseases like TB to get into us, which may lead to death population in our country. So I would kindly ask the government to transition to a renewable energy when it comes to generating electricity, shifting from fossil fuel to renewable energy sources like solar, wind, and hydraulic power. And you know that other countries, solar panels have become a permanent thing. South Africa is slow to produce resources. Sustainable land use practice. They must implement sustainable agriculture practice, reforestation, and conversions efforts or help sequester carbon dioxide, because it affects us as children. So people must prevent cutting trees. People must be offered jobs because you have people who have qualifications sitting down. I don't blame them because they finished school, but they're here because of unemployment rate in our country. So with that being said, government and all the people who listen to me, thank you for your time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dash. Our third speaker is Thembela Ngosi from Mpumalanga. Over to you, Thembela.
Thank you, Chairperson. It is an honor for me to bring this to your attention, honorable members. And I believe that South Africa has one of the world's best constitutions. This is substantiated by the 24th anniversary of the South African Constitution that highlights that the South African Constitution is one of the most transformative constitutions. Now, we hear some of our honorable speakers quoting from our constitution and the UNCRC, which are laws that govern us, right? And now they are quoting in contradictory to the social issues. Now, the National Liquor Act number 59 of 2003, which prohibits the sale of alcohol to persons under the age of 18. For the first group, we have the Child Justice Act number 75 of 2008, which protects children from malnutrition, and the recently adopted Climate Change Act number 22 of 2024. Now, these laws were established to create a democratic society built on values of social justice, equality, and fundamental rights. This reminds me of a quote of a wise man who once said, as I quote, "The forest changes, however, the monkeys remains the same," off quote. Because we are given equality by word and not shown equality, so why are we having laws that we are not willing to implement? We wouldn't sit here for the whole day, deliberate on social issues, only for them to be kept in an office table drawer. With that being said, ladies and gentlemen, I believe that the English quote clearly outlines that actions speak louder than words. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ngosi. Our fourth speaker will be Wamashundu Betty Nyamande. I'm told that she's coming from Gauteng. Over to you, Ms. Nyamande.
Greetings, everyone. I go by the name Wamashudu Nyamande Betty, and I am going to be talking about how do climate change affect us mentally. Sometimes it feels like the world is burning, not just outside, but inside too. We see floods, fires, people losing homes, and it is hard not to ask, will we ever have a future? We are teenagers. We should be dreaming about love, adventure, and our future, but climate change makes everything feel uncertain. It is not just the planet that's heating up, it's our minds too, our stress, our fear of what's coming next. Some of us wake up with anxiety, not only about school, but about a world that feels broken. It is painful knowing we didn't cause it, but yet we have to be the one who live it. But here is the thing, we feel this because we care, and we care is power. When we recycle, when we plant, when we speak out, or just talk about it, we are turning fear into action. We might be young, but then we are never powerless. We can start change right here in our schools, in our homes, in our community, because we are not just the generation that suffers from climate change. We are the generation that will stop it. Thank you.
Wow. Our speakers are doing great with time, Honorable Chair. We will now move to our last speaker on climate change. It's Jean, I don't know how to pronounce it, it's B-J-O-R-N. Bjorn Marman from Northern Cape. Over to you, Mr. Marman.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Good day to the House at large. Today I'm going to be talking about barriers to child participation in climate change. Climate change is not only about rising temperatures, floods, and droughts. It is about the rising fear in the hearts of children who wonder if they would inherit a world where it's safe to breathe, safe to learn, and safe to dream. But I believe, just as Arna Sandhu once said, that our voices are important, and when we rise them together, we can transform fear into action. But let us be honest, there are barriers. Children are too often told, you are too young to understand. We are excluded from decision-making because our age is mistaken for ignorance. The truth is, our age is our strength, our ideas are fresh, our hearts are bold, and our vision is unclouded by political divisions. The barriers are also poverty, lack of access to education, and dignity inequality. Many children cannot share their voices simply because they are denied the platforms. If we truly want meaningful participation, we must remove these barriers, create safe spaces for expression, and empower children with resources to be heard. So today I ask you, do not see us as victims, see us as visionaries, do not silence our voices. Amplify them. Do not wait for tomorrow. Act with us today. Because when children lead, the world follows. And when the world follows, change becomes unstoppable. And I leave you with this. If not now, then when? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Marman. We will now move to group 2. They will be debating on on child protection. We'll now move to our first speaker, Josh Lemenkis from Western Cape. Over to you, Mr. Lemenkis.
Honorable Speaker of the NMCPC, Honorable Chairperson of the National Assembly, Minister of Social Development in absentia, the MEC for DSD in the Eastern Cape Province, distinguished guests and fellow young parliamentarians. Good day. Today I speak not just as a child of South Africa, but as a voice for every child who has ever felt unseen, unheard, or unsafe in the land of their birth. Our Constitution, the heartbeat of our democracy, declares that in Section 28, subsection 1, Part D, I quote, that every child has a right to be protected from maltreatment, neglect, abuse, or degradation. It further reminds us that a child's best interests are of paramount importance in every matter concerning the child. This is not a suggestion. It is a sacred promise written into the law. Yet, when we walk through our communities, we see open drains, unsafe playgrounds, unlit streets, and children left vulnerable to violence and neglect. Let's remember what the United Nations Conventions on the Rights of the Child, Article 6 proclaims. Every child has the inherent right to life. State parties shall ensure to the maximum extent possible the survival and development of the child. But how can we claim to honor this right? The right to life, survival, and development, when a 2-year-old can still fall into an open manhole or disappear without trace because there was no light, no fence, no supervision, and no system that cared enough to protect him or her. If we do not budget for the safety of that child, then his or her right to life is nothing more than a line in a forgotten document. When I looked at the National Treasury's 2025 budget review, I saw that while South Africa allocates billions to social grants and infrastructure, there is still no clearly ring-fenced budget dedicated solely to child protection and safety systems. Under Vote 19, social development, allocations for child welfare organizations either show negligible increase or are marked dash, meaning no specified funding. The silence in the budget speaks loudly. We have not yet made our children's safety a financial priority. It is unacceptable that in a country where we can fund highways and stadiums, we cannot guarantee that every school has a fence, that every park has a light, or that every social worker has the resources to protect our most vulnerable. We are then forced to admit with heavy hearts that we live in an unsafe society, one where survival itself depends on luck, not on policy, and where the smallest citizens still live at risk because adults fail to allocate the funds that could have saved them. So today I make a call to action, not just to governance, but to the conscience of this nation. Let the National Treasury establish a child protection and safety fund with a dedicated 5 billion rand over 5 years to strengthen child protection services, train social workers, and improve community infrastructure. Let Parliament require transparency. Every cent spent on child safety must be tracked, audited, and published publicly. Let every government department integrate child safety into its planning, from housing to roads to digital spaces. Let us, the children, be part of monitoring how our rights are protected, because participation is protection.
Honorable, your time is up.
Thank you, ma'am.
Our second speaker is Oteng Kabasia from Northwest. Over to you, Mr. Kabasia.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Also.
I believe that I'm not the voice of the voiceless, but rather the voice of those voices, because of those voices, that's the reason why I'm here today, right? Salutations once more to the House at large. I stand to reinforce our stance on the urgent need of stronger child protection. We have already highlighted the challenges: abuse, neglect, bullying, unsafe environment, and online threats. Stronger implementations and existing laws. It is not enough to have policies. We need trained professionals, child-friendly reporting systems, and accountability, community involvement. Let us empower parents, teachers, and communities leaders through awareness campaigns and training so they become protectors, not bystanders. Digital safety education. As we have known that technology evolves, so most our methods of protecting children online. We must increase them. Nowadays, we have children all over the national, worldwide, globally, having social media platforms which they do not really go with their age. So we need to try and minimize that, implement like a system whereby things like that will be restricted. Child protection is not charity. It's a responsibility. And a safe child today is a stronger leader tomorrow. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Kabasia. Our third speaker is Unati Ntsumba from Northern Cape. Over to you, Unati.
Good day, Honorable Chairpersons, respected judges, and my fellow debaters. My name is Unati Ntsumba, and I am from the Northern Cape, and I am representing the ZFM district. And I stand proudly for the motion, child protection and safety for everyone's responsibility. Child protection and safety means more than just keeping children away from harm. It means making sure they grow up They grow up in love, peace, and dignity. Sadly, many children today are victims of abuse, neglect, and violence. Some are mistreated at home, bullied at school, or exploited in their communities. These are not just sad stories, they are a call to action. So often people say, it's not my business. But when a child suffers, it becomes everyone's business. Because children are the future, and if we fail to protect them, we fail the future of our community. The government plays an important role through laws, policies, yes, but laws alone are not enough. A law can punish an abuser, but it cannot heal a child's heart. That's why community schools and parents, and even as we young people, must work together. Teachers must know the signs of abuse. Neighbors must speak up. Friends must listen. We must create culture of protection, not silence. The aim of child protection is not only to stop harm, but to prevent it by teaching respect and awareness. When children know their rights, and when adults understand their duties, safety becomes part of everyday's life. Nelson Mandela once said, there can be no keener revelation of a society's soul than the way in which it treats its children. If that's true, then our actions must speak louder than our words. Let us build a society where children feel safe to dream, to play, and to grow. Child protection and safety are not just responsibilities, they are promises, and their promises must be kept together. I thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Ms. Nsumba. Our last speaker for this item, it is Nondando Dingo from KZN. Over to you, Ms. Dingo.
Greetings, honorable members. I'm Nontando Dongo from KZN, and I will be reporting a speech on the topic child safety and protection. Every child deserves a safe and happy childhood. Child safety and protection aren't just parental duties, but a fundamental right and a collective responsibility for our community. To understand how we can create a world where children feel safe and can thrive, we must empower children into trusting their feelings. We must focus on their inner awareness. Children need to learn to trust their gut feeling and their body's warning signs when something doesn't feel right. They must be encouraged to have open communication. Children must be encouraged to talk about how they feel both safe and unsafe by creating a space where they are heard and believed without being dismissed. We must set boundaries. Children must be taught that they have control over their own bodies and have the right to say no to unwanted touch or attention, especially from strangers or people they don't know. We must create safe environments. We must emphasize that safety must be a priority in all environments, at home, in school, and in the community. We must explain how creating caring, respectful, and emotionally safe spaces help children feel secure enough to focus on learning and expressing themselves freely. There must be no secret rules. We must stress the importance of teaching children that they should always tell a trusted adult if someone makes them feel uncomfortable or tries to keep a secret from them. In conclusion, our collective roles, we must reiterate that protecting children is everyone's job. We must be proactive in educating them and in fostering environments where they feel protected. Concluding thought, let's work together to build a community where every child can feel safe, be heard, and reach their full potential. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Dango. True, as the society, we really need to work together and protect our kids. These are our future leaders. We will now move to group 3. They will be discussing on comprehensive sexual education. Our first speaker is Palo Damba from Gauteng province. Over to you, Palo.
Greetings to all distinguished guests of honor and all honorable members. My name is Palo Tamba, a 15-year-old child ambassador from the province of Gauteng. Today, I'd like to propose a prospective solution to teenage pregnancy as part of our topic's dynamic. I'd like to propose that the DSG and other stakeholders take the initiative to affiliate with institutions which are mostly cultural and spiritual institutions that constantly emphasize on the importance of marriage. Because in present day, we tend to wonder why teenage pregnancy stats incline with powerful momentum, but we don't take into account that norms and customs that kept ancient society intact and powerful are being replaced by modern unguided norms. Hence, we would like that young boys and girls in society are taught and informed by authentic and credible sources about what marriage is, how it contributed to the wellness in ancient society, and how it could potentially be a solution to the soaring stats of teenage pregnancy. I thank you all.
Thank you very much, Mr. Damba. Our second speaker is Ms. Chantel Mabunda from Limpopo.
Good day to the House at large. I am Chantal Mabunda, proudly representing Limpopo Province and the Mopani District. Comprehensive sexual education, teenage pregnancy, and mental health. The act of educating and enlightening teenagers about their sexuality is called comprehensive sexual education. More than 51% of South Africa's population are stripped of their right to dignity and safety by being raped, abused, as well as molested, some of those being children, leading to feelings of shame, embarrassment, as well as depression, including long-term impacts such as sexually transmitted infections, as well as unwanted pregnancies. Some teenagers are abused by their breadwinners, making it difficult for them to speak up. Sexuality. Some parents tend to distance themselves from their kids because of their sexuality, violating the right to express yourself freely in Section 16 of the Constitution, contributing to feelings of isolation, depression, as well as social stigma. As a proud advocate for child safety, including gender-based violence, as well as equal rights, I believe we need to strategize in order to decrease the cases of teenage pregnancy, gender-based violence, as well as mental health. We need to put in more funds into awareness campaigns and form alliances with organizations focused on grooming children. Hashtag I am because we are. Together, we can make a difference. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Mabunda. Our third speaker is Ms. Alaya Baker from Northern Cape. Over to you, Ms. Baker.
Good morning, esteemed members of the Parliament of Children's Rights, advocates, and future leaders. I am Aliyah Barker from Northern Cape Province, and it is an honor to speak to you about the fundamental human right, comprehensive sexual education. We must view CSE as a critical investment in your future, addressing the cause issue of teenage pregnancy and youth mental health. We need to move past simple fear-based approaches and ensure you are equipped with accurate, age-appropriate, and non-judgmental information. In the fight against teenage pregnancy, robust CSE is effective because it doesn't just promote abstinence. It teaches the proper, consistent use of effective contraception alongside vital skills in communication and healthy relationship negotiation. This empowers young people to make informed choices, protecting their reproductive futures and removing significant barriers to their education and economic success. Crucially, CSE offers profound support for mental health. Adolescence is confusing, and without reliable facts, young people often experience immense anxiety, isolation, and shame regarding their identity and relationships. by creating a safe space to discuss development, teaching the importance of consent and mutual respect, and providing inclusive resources for all students, including those who are LGBTQ+. CSE normalizes experiences, reduces stigma, and builds the emotional resilience needed to avoid exploitative situations. Ultimately, comprehensive sex education is a powerful proactive tool that secures your right to a healthy, informed, and dignified life. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Barker. Our fourth speaker, it is Dintintle Sitole from Northwest. Over to you, Sitole.
Greetings to the House at large. I am Didintle Sitole from the Northwest Province. I will introduce the topic comprehensive sexual education to you. Comprehensive sexuality education refers to a curriculum that provides students with accurate and age-appropriate information about sexuality, relationships, and reproductive health, aiming to promote healthy relationships and prevent challenges faced by people living with HIV and AIDS and have been a victim of teenage pregnancy. It empowers people with knowledge, skills, and values to make informed decisions about sexual health and relationships. CSE can improve education in sexual behavior and it can reduce potential teenage pregnancy. It can stop stigma by teaching children more about mental health and acceptance. CSE is crucial for promoting healthy relationships, reducing unintended pregnancies, and preventing sexually transmitted infection. Here are some reasons why CSE is important. It empowers individuals to make informed decisions about their sexual health, relationships, and bodies. CSE can reduce risk behaviors such as unprotected sexual intercourse, substance abuse, and violence. Overall, CSE is essential for promoting healthy, respectful, and informed relationships. Let us stand together and enforce CSE into our schools so that there can be less teenage pregnancies. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Tole. Our last speaker for this topic, it is Funzani Palandwa from Limpopo.
Greetings to the House at large. These are the recommendations of how the government can expose comprehensive sexual education to the people out in South Africa. The government can expose comprehensive sexual education by including into the national school curriculum to ensure that all learners receive accurate and age-appropriate information about their bodies, relationships, and their rights. This should go hand in hand with the amplifying the voices of children in planning and budgeting, allowing them to share their needs, experiences, and ideas on how sexual education can be more effective and inclusive. Teachers should be trained to confidently teach sexual health topics, while parents, community leaders, and health workers should work together to reduce stigma and promote open discussion. Through awareness campaign, media programs, and digital platforms, young people can access reliable information that empowers them to make safe and informed choices. The government must also ensure that comprehensive sexual education includes learners with disabilities and is linked to youth-friendly health services. Finally, strong laws and policies should protect children's rights and ensure that comprehensive sexual education promotes respect, consent, equality, and meaningful participation of all children. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Palandwa. We will now move to our group 4, and the topic is substance abuse. We will now move to our first speaker, Bayanda Ndlela from KZN. Over to you, Bayanda.
I would like to start by greeting all the members of the Parliament 2025 and you, my Honorable Chairman, I'm Bayanda Ndlela on substance abuse. I'd like to start by the causes of substance abuse. First, it's curiosity. Children are curious. You'll see your friend smoking cigarette there, and then you say, "Oh, let me look. I'll speak isiZulu." Uzobona umngani wakho ebhema ugwayi lapha uthi awungishayise phela sikefu mfethu. Then now usugenile kanjalo u1 pool ubiza u2, u2 ubiza u3. Then you are addicted ku-cigarettes. Then ngizolandela nge-peer pressure. Uzobona umngani wakho, abangani bakho kade uhlala nabo emini nasebusuku sebeyabhema. Then nawe uzothi ngisala kanjani. Then uqala i-group leader yami ithe angingachazi okuningi uzochazela abanye. Ngiyabonga.
Yeah. Siyabonga, Baundlela. We will now move to our second speaker, Oratile Keitile from Northwest.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, fellow parliamentarians and distinguished guests. My name is Oratile Keitile from Northwest Province, representing the Dr. Rusu Mumpati district. Substance abuse in families brings profound problems that affect them academically, emotionally, and mentally. Issues I will be addressing to the House at large are economic, educational impact, and emotional and behavioral challenges. I'll first start by the educational impact. Since substance abuse is known for having mental issues such as stress as one of its outcomes, this limits the concentration of children on their academic studies. This also exposes them to lack of motivation for doing both their classwork and homework. The creation of these chaotic environments leads to poor school attendance and performance, reducing children's engagement and opportunities to voice their concerns through the influence on children for reluctance behavior. Emotional and behavioral changes. Substance abuse leads to children experiencing emotional and behavioral problems, further hindering their effective communication and involvement in planning and budgeting conversations. The emotional burden can lead to serious mental health issues, including anxiety, disorder, and depression, negatively affecting their emotional stability and development. Ultimately, their interest in participating in vital discussions like the one we are in now. I believe it violates everyone's right to development and education. Overall, this disrupts children's health development, makes it harder for them to express themselves and have their voices heard in paramount processes such as the National Mandela Children's Parliament. Let us believe in the strength of every child affected by substance abuse. Together we can break the cycle and build a future filled with hope and opportunity. Their voices deserve to be heard, and their best days are still ahead. I thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Keitile. Apologies for that. We are fixing the timer. We're going to move to our third speaker, Sibonga Kuhle. Sibonga Konke Msomi from KZN. Over to you, Sibonga Konke.
Greetings to all honorable members. I am Sibonga Konke Msomi from KZN. I will be giving us solutions about substance abuse. Firstly, we could have classes and counseling and also teaching stress management techniques like meditation and exercise. We could also improve sports around their areas where they could go and release out stress, and it can also help on improving your mindsets and being developed and also responsible. We could also have a we could also have a very tight searching session in our schools, and also our outgoing speaker said that advertisement of alcoholic beverages or any substance abuse must be reduced. Together with your support and encourage, we could do it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Nsomi. Our fourth speaker is Lesedi Galishane from Free State. Over to you, Lesedi.
Good day to all my honorable members, honorable speaker, and the House at large. Today we are going to deeply elaborate on one of the greatest problems faced in South Africa, substance abuse. In order to fix a problem, one has to identify the problem. We identified that substance abuse is characterized by a pattern of using substances such as alcohol or drugs that results in significant problems or distress. In the lives of children, effects can manifest in various ways, including missing school, engaging in dangerous activities, behaviors, and while under the influence of the drug and experiencing illegal and legal issues related to substance use. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Ngalishane. Our fifth speaker is Angelina Mukwena from Northwest. Sorry. Over to you, Ms. Mukwena.
Thank you, My Excellency, honorable members in the sitting and fellow South Africans who are watching at home. Before you is our next policymaker, Angelina Lerato Mukwena. And Honorable Secretary of the Northwest Children's Parliament. So, Children's Act at 38, Section 10 obligates me to proceed with the following resolutions. I believe we can reduce or limit access of substance for minors. Have a strict policy which I'd like to name Child Shield Act, and which I would love to compile if advised to. It will focus on zoning laws to prevent liquor stores, taverns, for example, from operating near schools or playgrounds. It will also emphasize data tracking to monitor high-risk areas and allocate resources accordingly. And also we can make job creations and youth employment. This can be an opportunity for us to reduce unemployment rate, as we can create unemployment and skills development programs to reduce idleness amongst the youth. So our youth will be saving our younger generation, which is us, the children, while they are building our country's economy. So this will be inclusive for all. Therefore, we can link rehabilitation graduates to learnerships and small business grants. Estimated budget could be 450,000 per annual, which will cater training centers and stipends. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Mukwena. Our following speaker, it is Pilasande Mbanza from KZN. Over to you.
Thank you, you honorable speaker. Good day, honorable members. My name is Pilasande Sene Mbanza from KZN under Machuba district. Okay. A wise person once said to me, no one is safe until everyone is safe. Meaning, everywhere you go, you'll always learn something new. The topic we were given was substance abuse. I will start by defining substance abuse. Substance abuse is a complex issue that requires a multifaceted approach. Okay. And move on to solutions for substance abuse. Education and awareness. We must educate individuals about the risk and consequences of substance abuse. If you educate persons about the wrong of the thing, I'm sure one of the hundreds of people will learn the thing and understand it. And moving to number two, my point number two, healthy coping mechanisms. Promote healthy coping mechanisms such as exercise, mindfulness, and creative activities. Okunye, sports, siyakusiza ey'ntweni ey'ningi, siyakukhipha ey'ntweni ey'ningi, and ngiyabonga.
Siyabonga Bawumpanza. Our next speaker, it is Alicia Nobangela from Western Cape. Over to you, Ms. Nobangela.
Greetings, honorable members. So today I'm going to talk about how substance abuse affects children. First thing first, cognitive and academic challenges, impaired judgment and decision-making, memory and concentrating problems, decline in academic performance, increased risk of dropping out in school. Social and behavioral issues, strained relationship with family and friends, social isolation and withdrawal, aggressive and violent behavior, and risk-taking behaviors, example, unprotected sex and reckless driving. And long-term consequences, increased risk of addiction or substance abuse later in life, potential of chronic health problems, impact on future relationships and career opportunities, specific vulnerable of children in South Africa, exposure of violent crime or gang activities, increased risk of HIV/AIDS or other STDs, limited access to healthcare or support service, potential of exploitation or abuse. And I thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Nobangela. Our next speaker, it is Zahra Esop from Limpopo.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor. I am Zahra Esop from Limpopo Province and a proud representative of the Waterberg District. Now, before I start, I would like to thank all the ministers and government officials who joined us here today. It is a great honor to have you here with us. Substance abuse is the excessive use of substances that are harmful to children, especially under the age of 18, which violates the Liquor Act 59 of 2003, which states that underage selling is illegal. It affects children mentally, physically, emotionally, and socially. And the most common observable result is behavioral disruptions and isolation from peers and fellow children. It is caused by parental substance abuse, whether the child takes it directly or indirectly. I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Esop. Our last speaker for this topic, it is Unati Lucas from Northwest.
I thank you, my Honorable Speaker. Honorable members, substance abuse among children is a ticking time bomb. Our government's budget and planning must prioritize their well-being. The statistics are alarming and the consequences are dire. In South Africa, approximately 15% of adolescents have used drugs, with some as young as 10 years old. And furthermore, substance abuse among teenagers has increased by 30% in the last 5 years. We need a comprehensive approach that includes education, prevention, and treatment. Let us work together to create a society where our children can grow and thrive, free from substance abuse. We owe it to them to provide opportunities for a bright future. The time for action is now. I urge the government to allocate sufficient funds to support programs that work and provide our children with the support that they need. Furthermore, we must address the root causes of substance abuse, such as poverty, peer pressure, and mental health. By doing so, we can prevent substance abuse and ensure our children have a healthy start in life. Let us seize the opportunity to shape a better future for our children and for generations to come. I urge the government to take bold steps in addressing this issue, and I look forward to working together to find solutions that benefit all of our children. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lucas. We will now move to group 5, our last item, child participation. I am told that our speaker is Thando Lwethu Nogwam from Gauteng province. Definitely there will be someone, okay.
Greetings, honorable members and the House at large. My name is Thando Lwethu Nogwam, and that's how they call me in sign language. The topic that I'm presenting today is about child participation, and I'm focusing on the disability sector, especially deaf. The problem that we're having in the deaf sector is that we have serious concerns whereby there is no access. For example, the issue of access in the police station, being your clinics, hospitals. When I need to go there for help, there is no interpreter. Secondly, here in our province, we've got 9 provinces, whereas deaf schools, they are very limited. For example, they need me to write down for me to express myself. Why do I need to articulate myself in that way? Because I use sign language to communicate, which is my unique hands. The challenges that deaf people have, including all other disabilities. For example, you find out in other places there are no rails or ramps, but there is nothing for deaf people which says, if you are deaf, here are the subtitles, this is where you need to go. Secondly, the other problem that we are facing as the children, for example, where I am staying, it is very far from school. So I need to travel many kilometers so that I reach school. So where is the accessibility? At times I arrive very late at school, and then I will lose the periods that are there, especially the morning ones. The very stressing thing in this child participation, I do not feel included as a deaf person due to the fact that there are no interpreters. Okay, in the community where I live, there is no access for me to interact with any other person due to the sign language barrier. Okay, what I would love the Department of Education to do is they should add South African Sign Language as a subject. So we need curriculum advisors to add this sign language so that each and everyone is able to communicate with me or either any other deaf person that you meet in the street. We need to learn sign language as it was officially recognized. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Nogwam. This is very interesting, Chair. I think as a society, we have a responsibility of also learning sign language. It's very interesting. Our second speaker, it is Sasona Kemngoshe from Western Cape. Over to you, Ms. Kemngoshe.
Okay. Thank you, Speaker. Greetings to the House at large. I am Sasona Kemngoshe, and I'm representing the Western Cape province. In the beginning, during the welcoming, our Honorable House Chair stated that a child could inspire a nation. We hear those words quite often here in this parliament. But the issue is, how can we believe that you believe in the development of children when there is hardly any investments in children? How come there is no simple collaboration fostered between all sectors, government, civil society, and private sector in developing things like opportunities, job shadowing opportunities for exposure? Because I truly believe that children with exposure are children who can lead a nation. Now, what Thando stated, where our government has ineffectively integrated South African Sign Language, this is an example of how majority of our acts and policies in our countries are strong in form, meaning in paper, but not in substance, meaning in its implementation, which is the problem that we face as South Africans. Now, the government failing to implement these things is sending a message to the society that you do not care about the society when you are ministry to the society. Also, another thing, majority of my honorable members spoke about providing free counseling services and so forth within all districts of our country. But the issue with that is that we lack counselors into our country, and we do not address that problem, and we do not look at why is that. And I think to come up with some type of solution is a good collaboration between DSD and DHET in fostering and bringing together the training of those in higher education doing psychology and the accessibility of psychology for those in schools. Also, to add another thing, I would like to say that I would like to thank each and every person here who were able to come. It says a lot about your character and governance. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Kamwashe. Our next speaker, it is Mizero Hope from Western Cape. Over to you.
Thank you, Speaker. Good day, esteemed guests and honorable members. Alongside the topic of child participation, I wanted to put emphasis on this year's theme, which is amplifying the voices of children in planning and budgeting. Since the progression of our democracy, the establishment of the Nelson Mandela Children's Parliament, we have been able to integrate voices of the youth in decision-making. The rise in child participation and its importance is directly linked to our growing number of youth. Not only that, but the number of issues that we face on a daily basis. Child participation is integral in addressing these issues, so much so that giving them these platforms empowers them exponentially. Through such programs, our youth are able to hold government officials accountable, voice their concerns, and be agents of change. I also have a reflection for you guys. This year's theme for the Nelson Mandela Children's Parliament turns the wheel of the futures of our children. Involving children in planning and budgeting expands the existing budgets and that overlook issues faced by children. The discussions we have often end in the room filled with hot air and no action to follow. I must add that in part with the mention of the issues we face, solutions are also proposed in our discussions as youth. This completely revolutionizes decision-making as the voices of children being amplified sheds light on the extent to which it affects them. The intention is also to ensure a better functioning society and a better South Africa. This year's theme highlights the importance of our youth in reshaping our country and the amount of investing needed to empower them. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Hope. Our next speaker, it is Punyeleto M. from Gauteng Province.
Thank you, Speaker. And I am pleased to greet the honorable members in the House. I'm humbly grateful to speak for the millions of children who are constantly silenced and ignored. While our laws promise inclusion, its practice is slim. Child participation is the right of every child, but still remains limited and unequal. Learner councils exist only in names. Youth programs are underfunded. Many children lack safe spaces to express their views. This reality violates the Children's Act 38 of 2005, Section 28 of the Constitution, and the Child Justice Act 75 of 2008, which guarantee dignity, protection, participation of the child. But this can change, and we must act boldly through curriculum compulsory child impact assessments. For all local, national, provincial policies, every new law or program must consider its effect on children, and children must be involved and act influence in the process. Digital participation platforms are another example of solutions we can implement for securing online spaces where children can safely express opinions, report problems, and contribute ideas to decision-making, reaching even the rural areas. And digital
participation, we can also provide accessible platforms for all schools, council, and community forums so that they can be easily accessible for us. We can also work through that by capacity building, training teachers, social workers, and government officials in disability for inclusion and adaptive communication methods. Ensuring that children with disabilities aren't just present, but heard and heard meaningfully. And we can also go through that by monitoring and accountability through implementing ways to track the participation of children within schools, forums, and policymaking with clear reporting government bodies to enforce inclusion. Honorable members, democracy isn't truly alive if its youngest members and government bodies don't enforce inclusion. South Africa must rise to its promise, because when children are heard, the nation thrives, and silence is no longer an option. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Nieletso. Our next speaker, it is Ms. Ntombizodwa Shabalala from Free State. Over to you, Ms. Shabalala.
Thank you, Honorable. I'm Shabalala Ntombizodwa, representing the Free State Province and not forgetting the children of South Africa. I'll be elaborating on child participation. Section 10, Children's Act 38 of 2005, outlines child participation in highlighting that every child of such an age of maturity and development has the right to participate in an appropriate manner in any matter concerning them. In broader context, child participation means giving children the chance to express their views and be actively involved in decisions that affect their lives. It's not just about allowing us to speak, it's about listening to us, respecting our opinions, and letting us be part of the solution. Too often, decisions are made for children without asking us what we think. But we face many of the problems directly, whether it's in school, at home, or in the communities. It is often misunderstood that it is about the money. Yes, we do need recognition in finance, but mostly we're not asking for charity, but demanding justice. We're not saying that children should make all the decisions. We are saying that our opinions matter. We are saying that we want to be included and that we can contribute. Conviction of the rights of the children says, when children are involved, wonderful things can happen. We become more confident, more responsible, and more connected to our communities. Participation teaches us that our voices have power, and it encourages us to use them wisely. To the adults of South Africa, we don't want to replace you. We want to work with you. So support us, guide us, and most of all, listen to us. Because when children participate, everyone benefits. I thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Shabalala. We will now move to our last speaker, Olwe Tutando Brace from Northern Cape.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Good day, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Olwe Tutando Brace from the Northern Cape. I stand here with pride and purpose, presenting the children of the Pixlika-Semi district. Before outlining the challenges that children face, I would like to make sure that we all know that when you invest in a child, you invest to the nation. Children are facing challenges of neglect. They are left alone and have to be taken to neighborhood houses, leading to children having to be taken away from their parents, where children will have to stay with strangers, where maybe they would never get a chance to be part of planning or budgeting. But the decisions that are taken in the house will also affect the children. Children lack control over their well-being, as their needs may not be adequately prioritized, leading to poor access to essential resources such as quality education and healthcare. Children face financial instability and insecurity as their families' decisions are not informed by their input. Furthermore, they may develop lack of financial literacy skills, development, and miss opportunities to learn valuable life skills. I believe that children can set their pleas respectfully by sending letters to our leaders, the government. Okay. I would like to leave you with this. True progress will only happen when children are heard, seen, and included. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Price. I think, Honorable Tunja, when we were introducing our house rules, we forgot to mention that no use of cell phones inside the house, no recordings, no taking of photos. It is unfortunate that we have to stop one of our honorable guests who was doing that. But it is the rules of the house. You are not allowed to take photos and record. Let me take this opportunity and thank all of you for your robust debates. As members of parliament, we've listened. Definitely, they did not fall into, I do not want to use this phrase because it might offend some of our honorable members, so I will leave it. But we have listened. Thank you very much for the respect that you've also given me as the chairperson. We will now suspend the proceedings and break for lunch. Thank you very much.
Recording stopped.
Honorable Unaji.
Ngedla, you.
to keep
Good afternoon, honourable members of this Children's Parliament.
Recording in progress.
I'm Liesel van der Merwe. I'm the chairperson of this session. I'm also the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities. Good afternoon to Honourable Frolick. Good afternoon to MEC Fanta from the Eastern Cape and my fellow colleagues. Thank you very much for chairing the two previous sessions, Honourable Gancho and Honourable Dunjwa. Let's give them a round of applause. And then I also just wanted to take this opportunity to thank all of you for the very valuable contributions you've made today. I think your leadership, your discipline, and just the ideas that you've offered Parliament today, we really want to say thank you very much. And we have taken on board everything you've said to us today, and we will take it to our various portfolio committees, because you have said very clearly to us today, don't just talk, but implement, act, and protect young children. So thank you very much, and also give yourself a round of applause. I think now we are getting to the session which all of you are looking forward to. We will be announcing the 2025 Child Ambassadors, and you will also be signing a pledge. So when I call your name, please will you come to the front? And then after we have announced the new ambassadors, we'll also be announcing your new leadership, your president, your deputy president, speaker, and deputy speaker. So first off, the ambassador that will represent the province of KwaZulu-Natal Mpendulo Gumede. Thank you very much. From the Free State, Simpiwe Dash. From the Eastern Cape, Sanele Adam. From the Northern Cape, Bjorn Marman. From Gauteng, Wamashudu Nyamande. The Northern Cape, Arnold Malachi. Oh, Northwest, Arnold Malachi. From Limpopo, Lefense Mashishi. And from the Western Cape, Tristan Fortune. Then I have the great pleasure to announce the new Deputy Speaker for this Children's Parliament, Funzwai Palandwa from Limpopo. The Speaker, Kelebone Diamond from Limpopo. I see a hand.
Greetings, Honorable Speaker, but you missed our Honorable Ambassador from Mpumalanga.
There is no ambassador from Mpumalanga listed here. If I can be assisted with that name on my list. Thank you for that intervention. We will correct it in a second. Ma'am, your hand's up.
Thank you, Speaker. I'd humbly request for the other children to stand a bit further so that they do not interrupt the communication between Tando and the interpreter.
Okay. In fact, you can even, if the new ambassadors can just stand to the back, you can even stand across this side, please. And you can even stand onto the stage for those who want to. I wonder, sir, you that raised the point of order on the representative from Mpumalanga, whether you can put that nomination from the floor, because we do not have that name.
It is Mpilo Hlongwane.
Mbilo Hlongwane from Mpumalanga. Please come to the front. Sincerest apologies for that. Please just join them here. Thank you. Then I've got the great pleasure to announce the Deputy President, who will be Tristan Fortune. And then the President, Amogelang Mashele from the Northern Cape. Okay, let's give them one more big hand of applause. Honourable members, you can now take your seat. We're going to ask the President and the Speaker to remain behind. They will be signing a pledge with the Honourable Frolic. The rest of the team, you can sit down for us for now. I see the hand of the Honourable MEC.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon to everyone. We are a constitutional democracy government that believes in 1550, especially to the upcoming leadership. We must instill this gender balance. 7-5. We are not comfortable about that. It will be better if it was girls that are 7, boys 5. Yeah, balance I get cleaner. But now when it is boys 7, 5 girls, I don't think we are comfortable. We are really not comfortable. It needs to be sorted somewhere, somehow. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, MEC. I'm sure 7-5 will have to do for now because they have been democratically elected. And although it's not 50-50 yet, I'm sure we are giving them this task to say that in 2026, we expect that 50-50 gender balance to be in place. So hopefully when they come back and they elect their new leaders in 2026, we will see that 50-50 representation. If you're okay with that, Honourable MEC. Thank you so much. Honourable members, at the end of this process, the new president and the new speaker will be signing a pledge with the Honourable Frolic. But for now, I'm going to call on the Honourable House Chairperson, Honourable Frolic, to give his closing remarks for today. Honourable Frolic.
Person, thank you. I would prefer that we sign the pledge now before I deliver the concluding remarks so that we finalize the formalization of this chapter. So I will be signing on behalf of Parliament, and then we have the President who will also sign, and there's a number of people who must sign here, but let me start first. I'm told it's the speaker who signed now, and now the president will sign.
Honourable Dunjwa. House Chairperson, please take your seat.
Thank you, Chair, and sorry, Frolic. I think there's something very important that, in fact, I want to check the correct word, profound, that in the last 12 years, it's the first
female
president.
Let's give her a round of applause. And hopefully that will also make the MEC happy, that there's now a female leader in charge. Thank you very much, House Chairperson. Now is your opportunity.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, on behalf of Parliament, I must extend our gratitude to all of those who've organized and contributed to this event over the course of this week. I'm extremely encouraged by the variety and the depth of the issues and insights that has been raised. and I have no doubt that decision makers will take them forward. We have heard during the course of the morning's proceedings about why and how special attention must be placed on planning and budgeting and the implementation to address children's needs. We have heard that planning and budgeting and implementation must be strategic and holistic, and that different government programs, whether at national or local levels, must be harmonized. And I'll come back to this point towards the end of this input. Partnerships between public and private sectors with our international counterparts are also essential. These are the reasons for a coordinated and systematic framework. It is, however, imperative that plans and partnerships are informed by real experiences and by the voices of children themselves. For its part, Parliament will ensure that government meets its commitments and pledges, and when administrative shortcomings become evident, that departments accept correction. Mainstreaming children's issues will be the responsibility of the relevant parliamentary oversight committees who have been represented in our session. Now, there was a few points made this morning around the lack of implementation. And also, I think it was one of the delegates from the Western Cape. We just explained to you how government works. Government, Parliament sits and Parliament make the laws and say this is what needs to be done. And then there's a National Department of Social Development with provincial departments of social development. Below that, you have social development who service the province through their districts, MEC, and so forth. And what is becoming evident is that these voices that we hear to say that certain things are not being done must be more specific so that we know what we're talking about. If you say in a certain province, this is not being done, say it like that. Because my experience have been in other provinces, other things are being done. So when we as young members of this forum critically analyze government programs, it's incumbent on you as the receiver of or recipient of that service to be clear to say, this in my province is not working. You see, otherwise, we will generalize. It's like when you sit in school and something went wrong in the classroom. Then the teacher comes in. Who was it? Everybody keeps quiet. Everyone is silent. And then there's something called, we generalize then, and the teacher says, you know what? Because this went wrong in the classroom, all of you are remaining behind this afternoon until 5 p.m. Then you can go home. Now we need to be very, very specific so that we celebrate there where positive things are happening, but also highlight those areas where things are not happening. Otherwise, we will reach a stage where we just become a discussion forum and reflection forum. And I hope the mechanisms are built in through the youth ambassadors and representatives in the province, where you can channel your direct experiences on an ongoing basis through to the Department of Social Development. Now, we have chairpersons of committees from Parliament, the National Assembly, who has been sitting here. Behind me is the Honourable Van der Merwe, who is the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Women, Youth, and People with Disabilities. We also have the chairperson of the Multi-Party Women's Caucus, the Honourable Dunjwa, who are here. We also have the Honourable Gancho, who is here. And the issues of climate change, Honourable Gancho, came through very, very strongly. And it's good to hear these very clear inputs coming from the young people that can be incorporated when we go to the climate change conference. So we need to establish that flow of information between us. We must develop the mechanisms through the Department of Social Development in the different provinces, where the real life experiences find its way into the system. I would like all of you who participated here today to keep also a close eye on Parliament's work. Now, In this age of social media, there's various platforms, and all of you must join those platforms of Parliament. Follow it, whether it's on YouTube, on Twitter, or X. It's a lot of them. Go onto the website of Parliament of the Republic of South Africa, and you'll see a lot of things popping up there. But especially when it comes to issues that affect you directly. I, for instance, MEC Fanta, look forward to when committees call for public hearings on matters that was raised by these young people here today, that we find those inputs getting in there because it's not finding expression there. We have the practice where when a committee deal with an important matter, for instance, with the safety aspects generally in society, that you don't hear these voices finding expression through those committees there. And it will carry so much more weight when these things are expressed in our formal parliamentary proceedings. Public awareness and access to Parliament is fundamental for democracy. For us to build an inclusive and caring society and making people's lives better. We must also stay informed as young people on what is happening around us on the African continent. What is happening internationally? Human trafficking. There's a new form of slavery that is taking place where young people are deliberately targeted, where very young children at a very young age are forced into labor and sexual exploitation. So we need to open up and broaden the discussion so that we can see what is happening to these children. You can see daily on your TV screens what is happening in areas of war and conflict, whether it is in Gaza or whether it is in Ukraine or in South Sudan and other parts of the world. We can also see in our own areas where we are living in the different provinces, where exploitation is taking place. And we bear that responsibility to remove the plaster and speak out. Because if you don't speak out in terms of what is wrong, it will become part and parcel of society and the daily experiences of our people. I must conclude by saying it has been indeed an honor and a privilege to have hosted the 2025 chapter of Nelson Mandela's Children's Parliament. I also wish to again acknowledge and appreciate the collaborative spirit in which we shared our thoughts and experiences. And when we have these type of discussions, there's no wrong or right. You raise issues as they are, and we collaborate and work together towards its improvement. So the committees that I've mentioned earlier, especially is tasked to focus on these areas. And when you go to the provinces, honorable members, and the other chairpersons who are not here, I will inform them, is we pay particular attention to these issues that has been raised so that we can get feedback whether the laws that we make on paper meet and address the challenges of our people on the ground. Otherwise, the law is not effective. You make a law so that you can ensure that the constitutional obligations of the state is being delivered to the people. And where there are shortcomings, we need to be specific and say so. I hope that you enjoyed your short visit, but important visit to the Parliament of the People of the Republic of South Africa. And I wish to thank you once again for your presence, for your kind attention. And when you travel home safely, enriched by the engagements that you had today, the collaboration that has taken place to play your role, your own unique role as a child in improving the situation. I said to the Honorable Minister in absentia now earlier that when I grew up as a child, Honorable Fanta, we were not exposed to some of these things that children are these days exposed to. In a lot of instances, the childhood is removed from these young people because they must deal with issues that adults usually deal with. But there is hope. The flame of hope will continue to burn. And as Nelson Mandela said, the child is not dead, the child is very alive. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to Honourable Frolick, the chairperson, the House chairperson of the National Assembly. I'm going to allow Tristan Fortune and Kelibone Diamond to give a vote of thanks on behalf of the children. You'll have 30 seconds each. But I will also say, Honourable Frolick, that on behalf of the Portfolio Committee on Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities, I will be extending an invitation to the new executive of the ambassadors here to participate in Parliament's upcoming statutory rape inquiry that will also deal with teenage pregnancies. Because I heard a lot of good inputs today, and we will definitely be inviting you to give your inputs, because I heard, for example, the Free State saying that you've been able to successfully deal with teenage pregnancies in the Free State, and we would need your voices so that we don't just talk amongst ourselves, but that we hear from you. And so our Portfolio Committee will be extending an invitation to you. May I then call on Tristan Fortune or Kelibone Diamond, who wants to go first? Thanks.
If greetings was a cup of tea, I'd like to serve some. Greetings to the House at its fullest capacity. Standing before you is Diamond Kelibone, the newly elected Speaker for the Nelson Mandela Children's Parliament, and I will be presenting the vote of thanks together with my colleague. Firstly, let's start with the Minister. We'd like to thank her for having her presence here today, because she could have been somewhere else, but she chose to be with us, the children of South Africa. Moving on to the government officials, we'd like to thank you guys for being here. Your presence is being recognized. The partners working together with the National Department of Social Development, your partnership shows a lot about yourselves. We thank the honorable speakers for conducting today's session and for making it a successful one and keeping the House in order. Moving to the legends of the legends, we'd like to thank you for your participation, and you guys participated very actively so. We honor the young souls who are fighting for their rights, often without a platform like the Palestinians. Your determination and spirit are a beacon of hope for a brighter future. Even though you are not here physically, just know that your ambassadors that are representing your provinces really appreciate you and are talking about the matters that are affecting your daily lives. Thank you for this opportunity, and as the Speaker of the Nelson Mandela Children's Parliament, I say the children are in good hands. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Honourable Minister, in absentia, distinguished guests, respected members of Parliament, and my fellow young delegates. My name is Tristan Fortune. I'm 16 years old from Mitchells Plain, and I have the honour of serving as a child ambassador for the Western Cape and the Deputy President under the Nelson Mandela's Children Fund. It is both a privilege and a heartfelt honour to deliver this vote of thanks on behalf of the Nelson Mandela's Children Parliament, as well as the legends we have all interacted with in the past year. Today has reminded us of something truly powerful, that when young voices are given a place in rooms of leadership, real change begins. The future isn't something we wait for. It's something we build together. One conversation, one commitment, and one act of courage at a time. First, I would like to extend our deepest gratitude to our guest of honor, in absentia, the Honourable Minister of Social Development. Minister, your presence, okay, I'm going to skip this part because of time. We also extend our sincere thanks to UNICEF, Save the Children of South Africa, Department of Social Development, and the Nelson Mandela's Children Fund for your unwavering support. Your partnership ensures that our work goes beyond words, that it reaches communities, touches lives, and builds futures filled with hopes and opportunity. To the Department of Social Development and all our government partners, we thank you for your continued collaboration and for your dedication towards protecting and uplifting every child in our nation. Thank you.
Thank you very much for those words and for the vote of thanks. I just want to say that it was indeed a very great honor and privilege to be amongst you, our future leaders, our future members of Parliament, our future speakers, and our future ministers. And really, thank you so much again for your time this morning. Finally, I would like to announce that after the adjournment, there will be a virtual Parliament tour, which is supported by Parliament's Public Participation Unit. The presentation will play in this chamber, so participants may therefore remain in their seats. This then concludes the business of the day. The Children's Parliament is adjourned. I thank you.
Welcome to the Parliament of South Africa. Welcome to your virtual tour of the Parliament of South Africa. You are now in Stul Plain, the direct translation from
Yeah.
Stop asking questions, Honorable Member. Stop asking questions.
Recording stopped.
(2025) President, please come through.
Stop.
Order in the court.
Chaka. Is
Yeah.
Oh, you must ask me.
We're still coming back. No way.
Come stand here now. Want
Sorry, Madam Speaker. Sorry.
Members of the parliament.
Do now confer on a non-conference. Okay.
Come, guys. You can come, all of you. Are you done? You did take. Okay, come now. Oh, with me, Jay. Okay, another one.
Thank you for the stay.
No. Am I included? Okay, let's join in. All of us. Come then. Oh, we're here. We're here.
Yes, okay.
Okay.
This
is a picture. Okay.
Okay, are you you guys are shoot.
Hamo, you also come.
Sorry very much.
Let somebody take come. Not enough come.
Take a selfie or something.
If you don't need to.
Without you guys, imagine.
Yeah.
Without.
Bye.